I almost. There we go. Actually, get my. At 62. That means we've been doing this for like 2 months. That's pretty cool. Ah, it's not. Why has been doing so good? There we go. Stream spectators. First, very nice. Hi. Oh, I need to make sure this YouTube chat is showing up. I was thinking about maybe trying Twitch to see if that helps with the YouTube chat or with the chat in general. Testing. Does that pop up on stream? It does. Okay. We'll see. Okay. I'm against Dr. Jingles. What a menacing name. I don't know what Dr. Jingles is thinking here. What's up? Well, we don't attack here, right? We go for the airport and step down. Build a tank? Yeah. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Just go here. You can go here. Let's see, if I go here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, I still threaten this. And I also threaten these one. That seems pretty good. And now we get vehicles on my strong side, which is awesome. We get to hop over here. This is looking good. I think this is the game that the goal is to take the harbor, build a battleship. What? How can it possibly be clogged? It just accepted one message. Chat, no. Actually wild. The Lash game is the V-ship game? It's not the Drake game? The Lash one, okay. Benchwarmer. Counter recon, huh? Here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5. 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ah! I'll just. Huh. Go here. We're not gonna rush. Can't really rush the comm tower because the APC. I think this is never a good property to go. So we'll go like this. That way, this forces a response to stop this. And if that happens, I go for the city. And nothing can step here this time. Any shenanigans there. That would have been better, I guess. We'll grab a tank. We'll just keep up the infantry stuff for now. Lots of city skips. I'm not planning anything evil. You can just drag it drag it over the chat box in the direct message, and it will send it. Okay. Nothing went over here. So let's assume a tank was built here. It went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Probably doesn't cover this tile. How? Can I check for it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't quite see it. Usually it goes down this way. It doesn't go up this way. Yeah, that sees that stuff. Sees this city. Can't reach that city though. Kind of risky. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's. Don't really want to go there. You go there. 1, 2, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ugh. Go here. I think I like here more. Oh. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Aha! Ooh, an APC. Okay, this is looking good for us. My recon's going to take a little bit of a beating here. That's okay. Was going to get an artillery, but I kind of like double tank now. Actually, no. With artillery, I just go copter, infantry. Yeah, okay. The APC was a nice bonus. I was pretty darn sure that that property wasn't covered by a tank. Oops. Does that matter? There's a tiny bit. I think this guy was supposed to go for that. Slowed down. That's not that bad. It's not that bad. Let's. Let's do this. Those boosts don't really matter. They just kind of look fancy. The fancy is important. I have an alt account. Well, I don't want to play fog games on stream on my main account. Plus, it gives you guys a nice, perspective on what it's like to go up the ranks. Let's do our. Hills have eyes. Okay, so last time we went for like super aggressive recon deal. Is Drake? We'll need to do something else as Lash. I don't know what yet. Just verify that the lander went there. Okay. Lash is probably worst fic. Don't say that. Whoa. Lander's waiting to fuel up or something. Really wish I could unload right here. I don't really want to stand next to a missile platform, but it's probably safe. Go here and then... I really wish this wasn't an ocean tile. It goes here, I guess, and then here. Okay. Drop one. Drop off here, then 1, 2, 3. Doesn't give me anything. I drop off here, 1, 2, 3. Gets me stuff. A little bit slower. The recon. This means it doesn't see the harbor. Maybe it's better to go here. Huh. Filling this city so much. The plan is I'm gonna win that peninsula. And there's just gonna be nothing on the other one. I don't like that. It is what it is. We have no fear. Are some penguins amphibious? Any troll silomats? Can some penguins swim good? What? This. Go for the cap. Sadly, I'm not going to get anti-air in time, but I guess I can. Yes. I could carry her next turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Here, 1, 2, 3. This is where I would love to be. Sadly, does not end well for me. It doesn't end that poorly for me. I end up trading anti-air. Oh, this would kill. I guess it's because it's in the woods. Anti-air trade with 2 mechs. I don't really like it though. Here. Sadly, it doesn't cover that spot. I could also just go over here. Help the pressure on this base. You know, let's just do that. Maybe need to keep an infantry over here. Probably not. You can always build response. Boy, fake ruling the seas. Yeah, it's a little sus that the battleship just immediately base locks. Oh. No, that's right. This is the... God, I hate doing this move, but whatever. Fine. We will base skip recon. I guess it gives me a base skip double recon. Did not base skip. They're gonna be much stronger in the center. Does that mean I go here instead? Try and take this before their superior center presence wins over. It's pretty gutsy to not go for this property, though. I think it's safe, though. I think this is better. I get another infantry here, and he can go for it. And I get the recon here, and then there's going to be... And then I get to build a recon here next turn, and then... Tanks are going to have to deal with the recons. Hopefully not interfere with my very, very fragile capture phase. Does this reach? No. Oh, sorry, man. Just make sure I'm placed in the right spot. Yep. Place it either way. I guess this way is technically better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can just place it here. It's fine. Yeah, it's GG. Or a definition of GG. Sammy is brutal. Why do I send you here? Actually makes sense. I mean, it doesn't matter, but it's just, I don't know why I'm worrying about optimal placements. Whatever. Just... That map definitely has problems. Which one was this one? I think this was the artillery spam one. My opponent not get? My opponent did not get a fast... Or no, it wouldn't be there yet. Oh, it doesn't. Am I? Is it gonna be an artillery? The lab got a B boat. That makes sense. It definitely should. Okay. I know I was thinking about doing another airport first, but I feel like I have to go for this really fast against Jake because his artillery are just going to be so difficult for me to handle. Like, if he gets the city, I'm just never getting it back. Game ended. Oh, Starduster recognized the situation. I believe, if I remember correctly, this is the one where we are going to try our hardest to save our missile. That was fast. Hey, Shade, I was just talking with Shade a little bit in the Discord. Who should we play against Shade here on Tokyo Drift? I don't think I've Tokyo Drift-2. I don't think I've played this map. It's tier 3. Like, all Kindle's not even kicked up to tier 2 here. Lash. So far as Lash is winning with with. Oh, we got Drake. Lash and Drake. You know what I should make drop holes. It's a good Rachel map. Lash is winning. Lash won. Popular Modernism, did you, or I guess Rizo, did you see my game with the lander on static? It's like a proof of concept. The port humida. You didn't see it? Okay, I can just send it to you. Actually, I can post it. I can post links in the chat. I can just post it in the chat. Aha! I have that power. Okay, so this is the one I'm going a fast battleship. I shouldn't have gone over here then. I guess it wouldn't have mattered. No, that wouldn't be good anyway. I was looking at base skip ABC. That doesn't even get to the harbor. Could recon. Really, I just need... Maybe I have to go fast artillery, I think. Although recon into artillery is not that bad. Yeah, the double T-copter opening is really scary. It's stronger as Sammy, but it's still strong as everyone else. I'm trying to think of what's the best way to make sure I get that harbor. Ah! It's gotta be artillery. But I kind of think you recon into the artillery. To take... Because I have to invest so much over here, I need to stop my opponent from pressuring me over here. So if I get a recon here, they have to go tank over here instead of a vehicle on this side, which lets me invest more on this side rather than over here. That's my logic, and I'm going to stick with it. Yeah, that's right. This is the game. I have so many different games with different strategies. This is the game where it's recon medium tank. And plus, it's just recons, infantries, and then big boys. And probably some air stuff. Yeah, it feels so good, the double T-copter opening, because you have two bases lined up to put mechs into your copters, and then the next turn you build infantry and the two copters come back and they get to boost the infantry. It feels so nice. Whoa. Wait, I already took this turn. I like that tank placement, though. I did already take that turn. Means I've taken all my turns. This is another day where whoa. This says 0-0 on the clock. Wait. They're not in vacation. How are they doing that? How do they cheat? the hacks. I think Llama played pretty well. I mean, I'm a tough opponent to run up into. I think they played a good game. I'm gonna post this in development. My opponent just chilling with 0 time for their turn at the top? Question mark? Sammy Magic. They're too good. Yeah, but that wasn't the game I was looking for. It was just... Now this one I know is 0-0 because they're on vacation. They're also totally winning this game. So it's so weird that they just went on vacation there. You know, that happens. But the game I was looking for... I must have gone past it. Is this one? I mean, I know winning economically, but like they're doing totally fine kill to death. And they're close to their super. I would have thought that they'd like to get me. I don't know. They're hacking through the mainframe. Okay. But anyway, that was all my turns. So except for the FFA. So I will quickly take the FFA turn, and then we can do replays. Oh, that's awesome. Be on YouTube soon, TM. Lots of Snake collabs. Snake did a replay, or said he did a replay of analysis of the fog game that got me #1 against Compi, but it never manifested, and I think that might have been because there was like a problem with the recording or something. But it was weird. I understand the soon TM though. That's just how it is. Okay. And that turn. And we go to replays. Now running the latest version. That's good. Oops. There we go. You guys saw the background. What? Why did... Okay, now I'm really running the latest version. Okay. Why is this game just called A? Did I show this game? I don't think I did. Definitely didn't. Oh, this is the next one. Genesis versus Pokey. Face to the right. And I'll have you face to the left. That's the classic Elise name for a game. Just A. Lucille, do you want me to cover your game before you go to bed? I saw that you submitted one. I could go over it quickly. I've already gone to bed. I need to pick up the pace. Okay. I was waiting to see if Lucille would respond. Looks like they see we're logged off. Okay. Oh, talking to habits. Gotcha. Oh, the chat's not up. There we go. Okay, let's see what plans these two players have for this game. There's a lot of infantry action on here, so that definitely would seem to favor Pokey. Hey, it's your game. I think the artillery are really strong. And the airport's pretty strong. This is definitely a rare matchup. Usually I imagine it's just Olaf. Ooh. Pokey is being really gutsy here. Genesis could build a tank and actually deny this comp tower. More worried about defending their own. Or I guess an artillery would do it. And now a very special matchup. Sammy versus Eagle. Okay, that makes sense. The artillery coverage while you go for the comm tower is good. That is a very weird place to put the artillery. I'm not sure. I can't think of a reason you'd put it there. I guess the reason is you don't have an infantry here yet. I guess that's why. So it's going to be sitting here. It'll shoot this as the infantry moves to here. And then it'll take a step forward with the infantry. We have the tank on the weak side. A little bit early. Ooh, double artillery coming out of here. Genesis has no interest in trying to deny this comp tower. Okay, now I'm confused. Didn't even shoot the pipe seam. I thought the whole point of this movement was to leave this spot open for this infantry to move to, and you can still shoot the pipe seam. Okay. Other artillery. Genesis can break through here this turn. In two different ways. So Sammy lost a lot of tempo here. If your artillery moves and then moves to a spot it could have just moved to originally, that means you might as well have just built that artillery a turn later. It would have been in the exact same spot. You don't understand the CO picks? I could see Eagle being good here. There's lots of wall situations that show up. And then Sammy makes sense because you have like a huge wave of infantry that come crashing down on this side. Sammy's gonna have a rough time up here for sure though. I'm not a huge fan of these double tanks. I think artillery up here would probably have been better. Sammy's entering into some infantry brawls. When you make a mistake and then try to correct it, but your correction makes it worse. Worse? Exactly. That's exactly what happened right there. Okay, looking good. Sammy can kill this guy, but Genesis will get this capture unless Pokey interrupts their own. Which, you know, could be a thing. Ooh, Genesis with a pick off. Artillery coverage. I think I'd prefer... I mean, it's not a huge deal. But I would prefer artillery here, infantry here, tank here. You have this nice little line. Artillery's covering this artillery. This one's covering all of this area. Because in this case, You're just like not covering that much, and the infantry has to be way back here. Okay. Sammy, Pokey did not go for the self-interrupt to interrupt. Whoa. I definitely don't agree with that. You might think it's like a trade for a tank for a tank. But of course, Genesis was already up in infantry in the exchange. And then you also get artillery plus tank. But really, you have artillery plus infantry plus tank. So it's going to be hugely in Eagle's favor. And once the artillery shot lands, the tank is like a lot weaker. Well, I mean, I understand the reasoning being like, well, I'll probably lose a tank, but I got a tank. Of course, you also have to think about it's on your 1 base side versus the 2 base side. Okay, so Genesis did not go for the super punish, so it did end up being just a tank for a tank. But Genesis still comes out +1 infantry. And a little bit of tank health. That will be repaired, which will, of course, cost, instead of 700, effectively 1,000. All right, I like this artillery placement. It's covering a lot of these cities, and artillery are strong enough that they can actually interrupt Sammy caps. Okay, that looks really unsafe. Because there are 2 tanks staring at that with tank backup and double artillery backup. And I'll say, as Sammy, you don't really want to have a tank-heavy composition, because your tanks are just worse than your opponents. I mean, they're still good, because they're still tanks. But if you're doing a lot of this kind of production, you're going to run out of infantry. Where if you go like heavy artillery with infantry, your push will be slower, but it will be a lot stronger. I'm not sure why a 4 health infantry is capping this. That seems really weird to me. It has no... Excuse me. Why is a 4 health infantry capping that? I have no idea. Definitely use this guy. You want the pressure, especially in this situation. No infantry can reach that. But tank would be the only thing that could stop you from taking that city. And you have artillery covering it. So it's a little weird. Did you need to fall back? Probably. There's a lot of tanks staring at you down there. Ooh, triple tank turn. Okay. I think you... I mean, there are a lot of tanks staring at you. I understand. You could also get a medium tank. You could also get another artillery. This poor guy who left out high and dry. Yeah. It's a lot of aggression coming in over here, but there's absolutely nothing up here. So, again, I'm a little... really, I would love to see like this being captured. And this, maybe. I guess there's a lot staring at it. Actually, you gotta be careful. Sammy's walking right at your HQ. Oh no. Okay, anti-air is definitely a good choice. I would definitely get a copter here. There's no anti-air. And of course you have eagle copters. And it will come and protect this HQ pretty quickly. As a move order issue. Gotcha. Oh. What are you? This guy here? This guy here? That guy there. I would prefer if more were coming along, I think, but huge threat. I'm not sure if that was the best way to go about it, but I liked the idea. Okay. Genesis is like, oh, that's what you're doing. Okay. And then backing up. That's pretty dangerous. Okay, there's the copter. Very happy to see it. This tank can be cleared. I don't know if it'll be worth it. Yeah. That's a really weird attack. Okay. Well, you don't want to do this. If you want to go for the HQ on this map, it's got to be really fast. You don't want to inch towards it and let all these bases kind of build up a response. Nope. See you, Genesis. That's true. This is awkward to maneuver around. This is just a little too slow. Ooh. Yeah, it goes in and gets that artillery hit. Absolutely terrifying, though. Sammy is so close to getting Victory March. There's no mechs with this. And damaging this artillery is pretty huge. And while Sammy is definitely close to Victory March, Eagle is also very close to Lightning Strike, which will wipe this out. Okay, Sammy, with a move like that, Sammy is saying, I am definitely not Victory Marching. Has it, though. Would have been amazing if Sammy had some sort of offshoot over here that could have actually threatened to take this base with the Victory March. Okay, I think Sammy's about to absolutely get crushed. There's no respect for the Lightning Strike at all. I think there was a Victory March possibility. Not that turn. I don't think it could have quite gotten through. But if the pace was picked up a tiny bit. Yeah, absolutely no respect for lightning strike, which, as we can see, is something you have to always respect, because my gosh, does it just wipe armies? Now, there could be a huge blunder, and you lightning strike and you leave this infantry up and don't block the HQ, but I'm feeling that that's not going to happen. There's a small blunder. Could victory march and take this base, but it wouldn't be held. Victory march takes the base. Oh, what's the capture limit? I don't know what the capture limit is. If this is getting very close to it, it might be 27. His infantry's gonna just go for the capture. What? What? Why did this guy just stand here? What? I don't know what the capture limit was. If it was 26, it probably wasn't 26. It must have been 27. Maybe even 28. I don't know if Sammy could have taken this city back. Mighty close though. Now, of course, the victory march is over. All of these cities will get recaptured, including the base. Capture, capture, capture. It's 28. Okay. Would have had to capture this one, and yeah. You can see the problem with going for those victory marches, though, although they were already dead from the lightning strike. But all of those infantry get lost. You lose a ton of unit count, and then you lose all those cities in like 2 turns. Like, it's already back to equal. And it's just not worth it. Which makes it like a really tricky power to use. Since Genesis is being very calm, Pokey resigns. I think that's a very fair resign. There's no way to get through that. 28 is definitely doable. They just didn't quite have the right positioning to threaten it. They needed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They needed this guy like a little bit further down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like right here. If possible. And then this guy can go for this one. This guy can go for this one. This guy can go for this one. And then would have had to have this kills here. Capture, capture. Sadly, doesn't have anything that can kill this and then capture here. How much would that be? That'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That would have been enough, but not quite set up for that. Before the lightning strike. Right here, I don't know how you break this. Because you don't have the copter over here to get rid of this side of the wall. You can get rid of this side. Infantry can kill it. But then your tanks aren't in position to get there. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The one tank position off from getting able to go. There's also not quite enough tanks to go tank. And then of course you'd need to have an additional tank over here. Go artillery tank. It's not quite there. We could look at the possibility of winning by capture here, though. If you sacrifice, you can very easily get Victory March here, and you'd need to capture 7 cities. So you can definitely capture this one. So 1, 2, 3, 4. You can capture this one. 5, 6. You can capture this one. That's 7. And that's enough. Can you capture this one? Yeah, because these two can clear it, and then this guy can jump on it. You jump here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 28. So yeah, there was a capture victory there. You can't hit this tank with 2 tanks. You can only hit this tank with 1 tank. You also only have 3 tanks in range to interact with the HQ. Yeah, cap limit is 28. They're at 21 right now, so they need 7 more cities. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it was possible. It's kind of hard to see those sometimes, though. It's definitely one of the... If there's more stuff over here, then yeah, they can do it. It's just a mental blind spot. Well, it does take looking for, basically. If you're not looking for capture victories, you're not going to find them. Yeah, a lot of C's are open. Okay. That was well played, though. And it was a match we haven't seen before. Or a matchup we haven't seen before on that map. Okay, we got a new game here. Yeah. Here's the... Ooh, it's Maringo. We haven't seen a game on here in a while. Olaf Mirror. This is definitely a good Olaf map. Alright, Adept. I'll make sure to get to the game. You've had some pretty amazing ones so far. Let's see if anyone mixes up the opening here. Okay. We have the APC opening over here. And we have a tank opening over here. Okay. So I feel like something got messed up with the APC opener. Oh, I see. Something did get messed up, and infantry went over to the airport rather than coming along this way. Fine. A little less optimal. but you get a faster airport. Okay, let's see what this tank does. So it was built up here and immediately got sent south. The tank is not a counter to the APC. As you can see, even after one more turn, it wouldn't even see the city being captured. And after the city gets captured, you just go hide in the trees. Well, because this base takes so long to come online, this was the fastest possible tank, and it's nowhere near threatening the APC. That's a really weird boost. I think Super 5125 is just getting accustomed to using transports. They're really tricky. They look really easy to use, and they really, really aren't. Hey, by cannon. All is well, all is well. Crazy video about penguins. Okay. Okay, so in cases like this is like kind of why you don't build early tanks on giant maps like this, unless you've got a specific plan for it. This is such a brave APC. I think it's going to die here. Because they'll just kind of sit around for a really long time, and they will effectively have just slowed down your capture game and nothing else. You could always just have just built them later. Okay, so if you see the double tanks hit you over here, you should feel welcome to hit over here. Yeah, just like that. Especially if you saw that triple tank. I don't like attacking into here, I don't think. I mean, it does slow down this cap. Man, these are very aggressive units. I guess this is checking the comm tower. Oh my gosh. So aggressive with the positioning. You have to be very careful when moving into your opponent's territory. Luckily, Moonshell messes up that attack order. Definitely wanted to, or not attack order, but attack placement. Copter hits from up here, so that opens up, leaves two sides for the tanks to finish this off. And then the infantry comes and starts sitting on the comm tower. Yeah, I don't have any cutoffs for... There's no requirements for the replays. I'll cover any game. Although, if it's... I'll change names if I deem them inappropriate. Okay. I would prefer to try and save it. I don't think scouting with it is really going to achieve that much. And the unit count is always very important. Like, I think you're going to get really punished for sticking around over here. But things are going very well up here in comparison. So that's good. Get some nice compensation. Wow. And Moonshell is completely abandoning everything going on up there, which is incredibly dangerous to do. You will note, of course, Moonshell has properties to lose. and has an HQ to lose. Where did that infantry go? Oh, it joined. Okay. So as long as Super 5125 kind of chills on running in here, could be pretty golden. Okay. I don't know why you attack here. The problem with, I mean, copters against tanks is good. The problem is this AA just killed your copter. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It covers here. It actually covers everywhere the tank can hit. Everywhere that can hit the tank. Ah. That was worth going for, though. Yeah. Then the good thing about situations like this, as in the Olaf mirror, is it means that you are definitely going to get your super first. And you're very willing to be brawling during it, so you'll get some pretty optimal first super punish. Of course, now your own HQ is very vulnerable. You can defend this with an artillery and then defend the artillery, or you can use a rocket. Nice hit. Very nice. And the super comes in. For super, very good. Gives you you've got the super bonus. You're at full health, and you're attacking weakened units. Very nice to be supering first. You also start gaining more charge faster. And then, as we see here, on the counter super. In this case, fighting at equal injured units and equal stats. In fact, barely fighting at all. Which is a much worse setup. Doesn't even has the base skip there. And then on this turn, this is where Super 5125 guarantees to get the next super first as well, because all the combats here only grant charge to Super 5125. You do have to actually be fighting a decent amount, though, to really guarantee it, which doesn't seem to be the case. So just a tiny bit of a charge advantage. And a pretty snow tile set. Goodbye, snow. That's always very scary. In fact, I think Moonshell can just end the game right now if they block. They just have to also block here. Oh. Oh, uh-oh. We're still doing this tank. Oh. Oh, that hurts so much. Oh, no. Reveals the infantry after moving all of the units that could possibly get in the way. Oh, that sucks. Well, you think it can hold for 2 turns? Yeah, maybe. The artillery can't quite get into its spot. But with the copter coming in, that makes it harder to wall. Very good to get that comm tower first. Yeah, definitely attack. Yeah, it can probably hold if it. This does at least clear this tile though. If you join cap it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ooh, this copter's not quite in the right position to wrap around. Definitely join cap that though, and then swap out for a healthy tank. Actually, I guess it doesn't matter because this artillery is going to shoot this. There's the join cap. Okay, that matters. No, because the copter can still come through. No, that's not a wall. Yeah, now that's getting interrupted. Super 5125 can even use the normal power to if they had to get the stats required, but yeah. I feel ya. I've also gone for failed HQ caps. And they always hurt. You sacrifice so much with the wall. Oh man, that hurt. All because of this one infantry. Yeah, that's GG. I imagine, at least. So much stuff. Well, there's no anti-air over here. So, okay, there's anti-air on the way. If Super 5125 just like super blundered and never brought any anti-air over, the copters could eventually kill everything. If that infantry of metal. A little dark age. Okay. There's definitely becoming an uphill climb, as we can see by the this income difference. Michelle does end up getting the first Winter Fury, but it is after most of the engagements. Okay. And the counter one. And in this case, the Olaf supers favor the person who's ahead in economy. Because what they do is they hurt all of the infantry, and that makes it harder to capture properties. So, whatever the economy is currently is going to stay like that for a bit. Or it's going to stay like that longer than necessarily would. So that's always good for the person who has more stuff. Or medium tank though. It does get freed. It was getting pinned in there. Penned in there? Penned in there. Okay. Michelle's really putting up a fight. Super 5125 can just kind of take this very slowly if they want. Make sure that stuff's happening like in artillery fire like this. Most likely target. I mean, you obviously make your opponent react to the HQ and have to invest stuff over there. And then you just go take their comm tower. Just make sure that, like, it's great to kind of threaten the HQ. You just have to make sure that you don't end up, like, throwing the game back. In this case, I think it actually... you might be able to do 3 health into 7 health to kill this, and then tank kills this, and then infantry can come over and interrupt. You can definitely do it if you use your power for stats. That's not... okay, that works too, I guess. You can do that and then send him in. GG. That's a little weird timing for the GG. Maybe the 3 health infantry has a roll on the HQ. If you cap the HQ, you wall all the way. It's tough. It's such an exposed HQ too. You can do a super transport opener and just rush their HQ and place transports around that you're bringing your infantry, like completely forgoing your cap phase. It's really risky though, because if your opponent does the APC opener, for instance, the most common opener, they're going to have infantry around here, and they're also going to have an APC to block on the HQ with. They also usually followed up with a recon. But if they don't go for that, the most common opening, then you can do stuff. Okay. It's actually... I'm not... We got AWBW against 95. We see 95 a lot. They must be just playing a ton of games really fast. And there was a question that came with this replay. And it was, how do you compose an army for a death wall and death ball massive push? Because mine always ended in a counterattack that wiped me out. Okay, yeah. So that's kind of death balls in general. They're designed so that when they're attacked, their counterattack is absolutely devastating. Because they usually have a line of like infantry that you have to send your vehicles in to break up, and then all of the infantry, or all of the vehicles behind those infantry, now get to hit your vehicles directly rather than infantry. 95 has almost 250 league games. Whoa. AWBW, I need to make you the Penguins. Okay. Still being going for their little peninsulas here. Okay. Really, we're going this harbor a long time. Okay, and we have the recon. The level of play of 95 has been the subject of debate? Oh, how mean. I've heard he's really good. Or they're really good, I should say. Okay. So far looking like a push up the peninsula. It's very much revealed because this recon is in vision. 95. Oh, a recon on the peninsula. Okay. I did when Compi was first showing me this map, not in this form, but in a very similar form, I was very concerned about a recon rush coming down the peninsula. I don't think it's as scary now. I don't know if this has really been changed that much though. Maybe it still is so scary, but I wouldn't place it here. 1, 2, 4, 5. I'd place it in this forest, so they don't know you actually brought a recon. As surprise recons are the scariest recons. Looks like 95 is going for triple recon opener, a recon per front. AWBW is going for a more defensive opening here. Single recon for harassment, artillery for the middle, tank to support the recon, mech to defend the peninsula. Very spread out though. Ooh, that's a very nice trap for 95. AWBW does have the comm tower advantage. I'm not sure if any of the roads on this map are that great. There is a little bit of fighting in the middle here, so that could be the reason to get coal. I don't think there's that much fighting over here. Ooh, look at that. It's a nice wraparound. Zoom and get him. Helicopter, I imagine that's to get this airport. Unfortunately, these guys are completely unguarded. That's just because they walk across the river and the vehicles have to take a longer route. 95 loves coal. I've seen that the Chinese community really likes coal. I think they consider coal like 3.5. But they also heavily, well, in my experience, they heavily focus on death balls. And being able to leverage strong terrain is a big, or like having strong terrain that you can use to attack from or counterattack from, to break walls and the like, becomes a lot better in that situation. Okay. Not that I don't have any experience playing against the Chinese players in their own servers or anything like that. Not servers, but community games, leagues. But the ones that have come over Global League that I faced were very death ball oriented. Yeah, this was a very nice mech setup here. It's catching this recon. Gets the kill, and gets these cities, which is huge. Loses the middle, which hurts a lot, but will get some nice revenge kills on these infantry before they can actually start capping things. And denies this comm tower. Can actually probably just take this comm tower, actually. You don't want your infantry there. I mean, the recon's probably going to hit the one capping the comm tower, but you don't really want to have it strike you from the city. Okay. So I'm not seeing a really good adder power, so I think you probably just... Okay, never mind. I was going to say, I think you probably just hold it. Okay, it does let you start taking that city right away. That one could already have been started. And then I guess everything gets a little bit more... Oh, so close. That would have been amazing if it allowed that. Okay. Sure. Yeah. Okay, I do not like that adder power. I think the only thing it really got him was this city a turn earlier. He killed this infantry. Oh, forced march though. What's the forced march for? This already reached, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. I like, preserving the tank. Great. Probably want to hit this one, and then you can hit the weakened tank from the worst terrain. To kind of have just the better trades. Okay. Looking good down here. I'm not sure what the power was for. Unless it's to stop this. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's probably why. Okay. I think I would have preferred to have saved that power until you could have one that's more impactful and really punish the fact that the adder kind of loved the power for you. Yeah, that was a really risky attack. Oh my gosh. Never have I seen a 3 health infantry get so much value. That infantry is +2 in unit count. Okay, this is a huge hit. It does lose the recon. Oh, it's not even going to stop the cap. Really, that would do, needed to bring something a little stronger than the infantry mech. This is not a black boat. This is indeed a lander. So you can bring like tanks. Okay. It's fine. It does kind of hurt for 95 here. 95, I think it's going to be forced to use another power. Because 3 and 3 with road help definitely kills this tank. 3, 4, 5, 6, and then even gets the wrap around and hits there. That's pretty brutal. double comm tower, so I can deny this. No! No, 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 you stop this. Sacrifice. Clear the way for the mech strike, and then you can hit this too. Oh, no! Okay, well... It would have only stopped it temporarily anyway. But it would have been really good, because it would be like an additional turn of having 2 comm towers versus 0, and there would be an ongoing tank fight. Okay, I do not understand what's going on with these attacks to kill your units. Just like bring it back. Now I know I was suggesting to do it down here, but it had a purpose. Bring this guy back is a very valuable blocker. Okay, don't go for that capture. Bring that guy so he can be a blocker down here. You're not going to sit there for 10 turns capturing the harbor. Double T-copter. Oh. AWBW's not going for the Wombo combo. Well, that's really good for 95. Because now this is a forward tank getting repaired. And these guys didn't die, of course. I mean, that is an MVP infantry for sure. Okay. So they're equal on economy because 95 has the center. Gotta stop just dropping mechs and infantry over here. That's not going to be enough. They're just kind of throwing away unit count. Similarly, for 95, you can't just drop double mech and expect that to work out. Although in this case, it is kind of going to work out. This mech didn't end up going down. And so this copter can clear the way and then the mech gets a strike. Am I almost at 700 subs? That's awesome. 1,000 is the goal. I should really ask for license subscriptions and stuff. I've just been streaming and I haven't been making videos like I should. But if I get 1,000 subscribers, then I get ad revenue. Ooh, this mech. Oh, the mech didn't wait. Yeah, the copter can kill this and the mech can hit the tank, which is huge. I do not think that's a roll. Not when you have a comm tower. Or if it is, it's a very likely one. Yeah. So kind of what happened to 95, although the mech survived over here. The stuff that gets dropped off is wiped out, and then you're kind of just ant trailing into the peninsula. Bam. Another kill! This guy has a triple kill. And if you're worried about, well, I don't want to like bring a vehicle over onto the peninsula because my opponent will see it, you drop the infantry here, vehicle in the forest. That's a pretty strong attack. I don't know if there was a way to place those units any better. Oh, I see. This guy had to be used to reveal that tank. Yeah. And then it kind of, oh, this artillery is, I was like, then you can bring the artillery up to help support, but no, it's blocked by the mountain. It's not happening. Oh, that's such an unfortunate place to put an artillery. Because if 95 goes for this capture, the artillery cannot move past it. The artillery cannot interrupt the capture. It has to just step backwards and let the tank come in for the interrupt, which is a huge delay to reinforcements coming into the middle. Okay, I don't think it's going to matter in this case, but I would prefer if the it is a forest, but when possible, if I have a forward artillery or copter like this, I'd like my artillery to be covering it, or if an anti-air comes after it. But I mean, being in the forest makes sense. Okay, here comes the tank. It might be a little too late now because these units can just log up the shore. Hiding in the forest makes sense. Okay, here's the side slip. That's definitely for this fight and probably clogging up the shores. I like this side slip. Lots of fighting. I guess it's not. It's necessary for this guy to come involved. Rescued. Ooh. Ripple copter on the way. Pretty scary. Recon zooms on down. Going for the harbor. Finish off the units. Okay, so now all the spots were covered, but there isn't a place for the lander to double drop. It can only single drop. It is true that the artillery is not so safe there. I'll give you that. But I would imagine that I wouldn't have expected there to be more than these 4 tanks, and if there's also an anti-air. So they'd have to give up a lot to go after the artillery, and then you have all of your support tanks and the ones that survive this attack. Is my reasoning, but you could also get blown out, yeah. Okay, we backing up. This is a scary situation to be in. Of course, Adder 95 has the whole middle, and your forces are being split by the terrain. At least you traded the peninsulas. Save the lander, yeah. Okay. It looks like it is going to start developing to death ball stuff. Oh, of course, you don't want your death ball split up. You need lots of infantry to make up the front of the death ball. Because the whole point of the death ball is that it wants to be attacked, and then its retaliation is just so strong that it wins the game. You can see the death balls forming here. All of the juicy vehicles are inside, and then the infantry kind of form a wall around it. Sort of happening over here too. Now, if you want to, if if you really want to attack a death ball, you need to have some big boys that can drill a hole into it. So like you'll need neo tanks, bombers, that kind of thing. I would probably it's kind of hard on this map, but I was gonna say attacking a point where they can't really defend with the death ball right away is a good way of dealing with them. You'll note one of the key components is infantry. And infantry are really slow. So you can make the death ball have to move. It breaks up its formation, and then it's much easier to take out. That is a missile. Okay. So if you're like, also, usually in the death ball situations, the one that attacks with everything is the loser, unless they're really, really close together. So what you want to do, especially if you've got indirects, is you get your indirects in range of guarding these cities, and you just start capping the cities, and that forces your opponent to act first for actual combat. They have a few options. They can kind of like send a few infantry forward to interrupt you. Okay, you can see the problem that's going to happen here. What are these vehicles attacking? What are these like mechs attacking? They're attacking like infantry. They're attacking recons. They're attacking, yeah. This is how it works, right? Look at all these vehicle strikes. Okay, one has landed on a vehicle. Two have landed on a vehicle? No. That was all, that was hitting one vehicle and just a bunch of infantry. And then if you look at your formation, most of your vehicles, if not all of them, most of them are in front of the infantry, because infantry are of course much slower, and they don't do the real killing. So now that there's been an attack on the death ball and its like outer shell has been taken away, the juicy part inside gets to kind of do whatever it wants. So you had the right idea with going for these cities, but you have it in the opposite order. Right now you're attacking to get these cities. What you want to do is go for the cities so that you can then attack when they are in a worse position. You can see how devastating this is when you don't get to have your outer shell of infantry blocking the vehicle hits. You can see the outer shell is here. It's just on the wrong side. I have no idea why 95 deleted that infantry. Unless 95 thought that the unit cap was 40? '95 must think the unit cap is 40. They didn't build anything. Is the unit cap 40 on that map? The turn before he had 50. I have no idea what's happening. Maybe 95 misread how many units they had. And you can see what happens on the following turn is now your juicy stuff got all beat up. So the majority of your retaliations just gets to be infantry trying to fight vehicles. I don't think this medium tank attacked. So yeah, it's not easy. But yeah, the design of death balls, I like this. It's infantry. Got dropped off by this Landor, I assume? I didn't catch that. Yeah, secret plan. It went up to 40 again and stopped. Yeah, AWBW resigns. It's fair. But yeah, death balls. Their whole idea is that they get hit and then they hit back harder. Trail of resign, yeah. Trail of woe. But they're definitely difficult to deal with. Use that one. Got Mr. Not So Cool. Against Timid Falcon Knight. I do recognize Timid Falcon Knight's name. And of course I recognize Mr. Not So Cool. As they are a viewer. Mr. Falcon Knight's a content critic? Oh, really? Maybe that's where I recognize them from. Okay, so it's Max versus Drake. It's definitely a fun matchup. It's not as rough. I mean, this is high funds, by the way. So it's not nearly as rough as fighting Olaf in high funds, but it's still tough. Okay, we got, looks like early aggression out of the Drake player. Which makes sense. Try and delay the air game from Mr. Not So Cool. I imagine the idea was make these vehicles, and then if they go copters, which are more expensive, you can build anti-air, and then you've got Max outplayed there. Yeah, this is a very high funds. 60K. Okay. The Timid Falcon Knight is going to have the first comm tower, but it's not a huge deal. It goes straight for the Neo tank. Sadly, does not actually guard this stuff. This tank does, though. Ooh. Counter Neo tank on, though. Ooh, nice interrupts from Mr. Not So Cool. I don't like that attack because there's another Max tank here. And the Neo tank's here to cover, so it'll be Max tank. Max tank kills this tank. Infantry starts the cap. It's pretty brutal. Interrupting this, I didn't realize this was a double comm tower map. Interrupting this comm tower is pretty nice, except definitely not worth it because there's a tank here to just kill you for it. That was a nice move. That was a wraparound hit so that if this didn't get the kill, this infantry could come in to finish it off. It also blocks interrupt on this, although you'd love it for your opponent to interrupt with this Neo tank. Actually, I'm kind of wondering if it was actually worth it now, because this tank can hit this guy. I don't think it wants to, though. Yeah, high fun maps mess with things a lot. I'm surprised there hasn't been that much copter production out of Max. There's just been this one. Yeah, really scary copters, and the rain does not slow them down, although it does drain their fuel. Ooh. We have a fast carrier out of Falcon Knight. And she did require a base skip. Now, fast carrier is very risky when it's that far away from the airport, because carriers get wrecked by bombers that have enough movement to move from outside of the range to inside the minimum range, so they can't be hit. And then Max bombers in particular, I have no idea why I got built over here, can just pop the power and just fly up and kill it straight up. Okay, this is a double lab map, so losing this lab isn't the end of the world. Okay. It's pretty good. It's because of the bomber. Here comes the carrier. Now, if the carrier manages to get sights on this airport before a bomber gets built, then that is a locked airport. I guess you could double up your carriers. Whoa. I think that was to interrupt the lab cap or something. Usually you'd want to go for your super. It does slow down the economy a lot. Not that bad. Actually interrupts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, interrupting 5 cities is pretty good. Yeah. Getting mass damage during the capture phase can slow down a lot. 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Got interrupted. 7. Dang. Okay. There still hasn't been a bomber built here. So it's almost moved here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ah, it's almost out of time. A bomber is forced next turn, I believe. So that makes it a great opportunity to hit elsewhere. Interrupting 7 caps must be some kind of reward. Wow. Yeah, that's pretty good. Comm tower is interrupted. Okay. Going in, we're getting some kills. I think the inventory's huge. That one, I'm not so sure about. Couldn't threaten the carrier. There has to be a bomber built here, or it will be just a locked airport, probably for the rest of the game. Oh no. Okay. Well, we get the Typhoon counter. Does a lot of damage. I don't think it further interrupts anything though. Let me check. Okay, interrupted 1 cap. Well, it'll interrupt this capture and this capture. Okay. Oh, that didn't get the... I don't think that's a reasonable attack. I think you probably go for this tank. Or this tank. Probably this tank. I don't think you really want to be sticking around here to try and stop that from being captured. Bomber goes down. AA gets trapped. Not a good spot to put the carrier. You don't need to like overshoot your the target there. Guessing it was to try and cover this guy, but you don't need to be there to cover that. The problem with this is it's on the shores. And I mean, while Neo tanks don't hit it a ton, they can kind of drive by and hit it. But that's a locked airport. Although even max artillery could scare it off. You can actually be put in a horrible situation where max builds an artillery, marches it over to you, and then once the artillery is in range, you have to move. I guess you just move when max doesn't build. Because if max like surprises you and brings the artillery over and then builds a battlecopter, for instance, then you're like stuck in a horrible choice of do I kill the battlecopter and get shot by the artillery. Yeah, carriers have 8 range. So this is looking very, very scary for max. The thing they've got going for them is lots of Neo tanks. And what they don't have going for them, and they're up in cities, is that they've lost an airport. They are going to get this though. Nice. So now Drake bombers shall rule the skies. And now they've lost both airports. Effectively, a fighter is staring at it. You can always... It's not really lost though, because you can build like a battlecopter and build an anti-air to defend the counter. But yeah, here comes Drake bombers. mean, Drake bombers, I've said before in like standard and fog games, Drake bombers are still good. They're still bombers. It's like an 8 health bomber. It gets work done. So many Neo tanks. Of course, bombers like all big units do require. Okay, I'm not quite sure about this tsunami. We'll see. Oh, is it to try and get a favorable engagement against that fighter? Yeah, I don't like that. It's gonna heal up to 5. It gave max super. What happened? I saw an explosion over here. Oh. Aha! Gets the kill. It's an 8 health bomber with the durability of a 10 health bomber. Exactly. Okay. So you have to keep in mind that while Drake is up in value, a large chunk of that is right here, just kind of sitting off the coast. So in the fights that are actually mattering, Max actually has more. And that was pretty decent. Now the fighters are overcoming Drake over here. Okay, these bombers, I think their goal is to try and base lock here. This isn't what you want to do with bombers. You don't want to like have them very cautiously approach a target. You kind of want them in the mix with your army, getting damage done. So if we detract 2 bombers and a carrier here, it's like 74,000 that Drake has everywhere else. Or is it minus 74,000? Yeah, using your bombers right after you use a power is very good. Okay. So many max anti-air. But they are definitely the answer. And the question is, how do I fight these bombers? Why did this bomber load up into this carrier? I mean, they haven't fired. These bombers are still full ammo. That's actually horrible. Also, this bomber is not safe. There is an AA plus power staring right at it. So I think we're about to run into a case that the bomber is kind of got built, spent its whole life flying over the sea, and then it will die over the sea. So, joke's on you, Max. You did not need to invest in these fighters. So we got some mega tanks coming out, which is not going to be a great answer here. Because Okay, Max can also get Mega Tanks to answer. But when you're down in unit count and you go out into the open field with Mega Tanks, this is terrifying. Max had saved up for Super. I think Max could have gotten Super for sure. Yeah, Max could have very easily have gotten Super. Probably should have. And then just stood on this base. Okay, but yeah, when Mega Tanks go out into the open field where there's lots of vehicles around, what happens is all 3 of their ammo gets sucked up by weak stuff, and then the Neo Tanks or the medium tanks or whatever come in and just kill them. Okay. We've got a Typhoon. And here's the problem with loading your bomber in your carrier. All you can do with your bomber is just unload it, and then it can't do anything. Yeah. That's definitely a resign. So, I like the carrier play. The carrier play worked. The early Typhoon got a lot of damage done. Just, I think Drake was just really held back by the bomber play, not integrating the bombers in the fights, trying to like, I assume the bombers were trying to like snipe the bases down or something, just hanging out over the water like neener, you can't touch me. And Max just got to ignore them and kill everything on the map. The carrier did not get hit though. Okay. And we have the person that just went to bed a little while ago. Hopefully they'll watch the VOD. What ice? Yeah, the carrier can refuel. For some reason, the carrier can't repair. They definitely repair planes in real life. Okay, let's see what kind of opening these guys decide to go for. So far, it's looking mirrored. No one did like a fast rush up the side. Do they? Maybe they repair here and I just didn't know. I know they refuel. So do cruisers. The cruisers can only hold copters. Okay. No recon or anything fancy like that. Let's see if Lucille goes for a vehicle. It looks like it's going to be tank on the strong side. So the tank's going to put on more pressure, immediate pressure, than an artillery would. Looks like it's just going to be an answer of the strong tank on the opposing 2-base side. Which means, Lucille does not respond to the tank. Instead, insisting that Rumble builds something over here. Rumble has been neglecting this airport. That Rumble builds something to deal with this. Otherwise, just like forfeiting the whole side. And because, a mech is not going to be good enough, So now Rumble's like, no. I really, really want to try and get the fight over here. And Lucille has a few options here. You can always just bring your tanks over here while producing more. And be like, fine, we'll fight over here and I'll just win. Or you can kind of yeah, it looks like it's going to be a mixture. You can just kind of take everything over here while the other player's curled up in a ball. What is Rumble doing with this guy on the left side? I must have missed that. Looks like they attacked. No. Wait. Did they stop capping instead? I have no idea. I have no idea what that was. That must have been a misclick. I think that was probably they selected the infantry and then the like menu popped out over here because they're on the edge of the screen or something. And then they just misclicked here and double clicked. And then they like just walked. That's my guess. Definitely a good attack. Okay, now the tank gets built over here. Another mech. More infantry goes down. He does not get captured because of that, which is pretty devastating. I think actually, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. If the tank wasn't built here, then this tank would definitely have killed. And then you just start capping and force this guy to try and stop him. Advanced strats. Okay. So, we've got Rumble going with mechs on both sides, but there's no transports for them. It works much better on the one base side because you're kind of fight really close to this base and your opponent has to come to you. On this side, it's a much slower development. Okay, this infantry doesn't know what it wants to do. That's okay. Yeah, I'd like a front switch here. I don't know why. You definitely don't want to put your tanks just on the very edge of the map here. You can defend these guys from a distance. You can defend them over here, and that threatens you to just like run over to the middle. Either fight in the middle or run over here and just win against double tank. Okay. Rumble's building up a little strike force, contesting the comm towers. Here comes the artillery. The artillery work very well with large groups of infantry. Very good combination. Okay, we've got the copters start coming out. Artillery on the strong side. That's going to force a response over here. Eventually. Rumble's been doing a pretty good job putting stuff on cities that Lucille wants to cap, or like on the comm tower that Lucille wants to cap, which is a good strategy. Yeah, that was a forced action there. So I don't really like using mechs to capture stuff you really want to take. And that's because you can't join cap with your infantry on the mech. Also, this, I have no idea what's going on here. This is just a free infantry. Like, that mech doesn't even cover it. Okay. So this is kind of those tough spots. Like, what do you do with this tank now? Now that you use both of your middle tanks to come over here, what does this tank do? Guess it could hit this infantry? That's not that great. I would much rather have had, like, this tank come over, hit here, infantry come over, clear, and you can sit on it if you want to, and send the other two tanks over here to help with this attack. Especially because this is your 2-base side, and you'd love to have a fight over here. Ugh. This is going to be a very defensive composition that can just kind of push back your tanks. Although, having the copter here can make a big deal, because it's going to be much harder to wall against you, since the copter can, of course, strike from the mountains and other impassable terrain, like the water, that is often used to shear up walls. Okay. This is where having a few more tanks over here would be huge. Okay. Well, I think Lucille has shenanigans here with adder power. Oh, there we go. Ooh, I don't like that. I don't know why this tank is attacking this infantry. So you can break through here with this tank. I have no idea why this infantry is being attacked at all. All right, you can break through here with this anti-air and get your tanks in. You can use the copter. Oh no. Okay. That works. The artillery is going to be pretty brutal here. This tank really should not have hit this guy. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there being pretty much nothing to deal with these copters over here is very nice. I don't think this is very easy to break with adder power up and everything, even with Cole having the comm tower and being able to super. There isn't really any good roads, but we'll see. Okay, really focus that anti-air. I don't know why. Anti-air was definitely not the threat. I guess it was just to deny this airport. But now these tanks and copter are going to be very happy. Ooh, I like this little surround though. Ooh. Unfortunate for Rumble here. You actually can't just leave. Lucille gets to now... I mean, you can leave like this far, because you're still guarding everything. But these tanks are going to be overloaded. Ooh. Not getting that kill is pretty big. I'm not actually sure why Lucille is going for that kill rather than taking out the artillery. So it looks like Lucille is trying to take out this AA. You could also just fall back here, I guess. But there's a full health AA staring at this copter now. Very, very questionable. I would have liked taking out the artillery and then going after the comm tower so that direct units have to be used to stop you. Kind of like what happens over here. Hey, coal road bonus. It mattered there. Okay, well, this little front switch ended up being really, really good. Yeah, side slip for some damage. Six, 7. So Cole needs the super to reach you. Okay, I don't think you... I guess you can't quite do it with just the infantry. And the AA, or the copter is really scared of this AA here. Okay. Actually, how did Cole get this city? Totally missed that. I thought that was being denied so well. Oof, moving in the attack here, but there's nothing to stop this copter from beating you up. Maybe a little too aggressive right now on the one base side. Kind of realize that with your infantry, I see. Okay, that's pretty nice in that it sets you up to get a join cap going. Attacking here was a pretty big mistake. This tank is actually going to get away with it, though. Just all of its buddies went down. Ooh, nice little delay. Okay, yeah, definitely start capping both of these things. Okay, Lucille's looking for power. Bring the copter over here to hit this tank. Okay. Big retreat over here. Very understandable. Not super safe, although there is an anti-air here at least. I would not run with this copter. This copter's got a job to do, and that job is to stand here and hit this tank. And suck up AA hits, as well as hurting a tank. It's not doing anything up there. Lots of threats over here, though. Yeah. This tank didn't really want to go in here and protect the comm tower, so interrupt these side caps while taking the other comm tower. Yeah. Poor tank. Adder's not going to have enough juice for the power next turn. So while Adder will have this comm tower, I do not think you can get this kill, which would have freed the tank and then let the anti-air kill this copter. Wow, is that a very weird use of an anti-air? is a copter right here and an airport right here, so you can't really just throw away your anti-airs to hit an artillery like that. Okay, well, this is going to hurt a lot over here. Lucille is doing very good on the other side of the map. And there's a front switch coming in. Ooh, I didn't even notice that, but Rumble actually built up the forces to stop this on the side. Oh, it doesn't... all that effort doesn't quite stop this cap, though. Okay. Well, that's a weird forced march. Why? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is it for this? For this? Breakthrough? No. For that capture? That's really weird. I would say that's probably not worth it. We'll see. Maybe the capture matters a lot. Okay. Yeah, side slip. I imagine everything is going to just slam into this very... that not participate. I would definitely not care about this. Everything going on over here does not matter. There's like the infantry's way back here, so it doesn't really... You don't care if the vehicles are staring at your empty cities. Let's see here. Okay. Ooh, doesn't get that kill. I don't think it matters. I mean, it of course matters, but I don't think it mattered in terms of the attack. Are the other units not joining this attack? Oh, here they come. Yeah, having this copter over here would have been nice to help deal with those blockers. But this is still an overwhelming attack that Rumble can't really stay to fight. Oof. Oh, Adder is... Or, I say Adder can stay the fight, that Rumble can stay the fight, that Cole can stay the fight. Although, looks like they're trying. I mean, the copter can stay. The artillery is going to die for that attack. Very sus. To stay here with 2 copters staring at you while you are outside of anti-air reinforcement to kill a 3 health infantry. I don't like trading a full health tank for a 3 health infantry, but that is... I guess that's just me. This attack looks really good. There isn't really... Well, I don't know about going all the way down there. But there's a lot of backup, so it's probably fine. Okay, never mind. I take it back. The tank did live. Is that one? It would have been an airport lock. Not really. I mean, it is an airport lock, but there was also an anti-air right here. Yeah, the one. Yeah, this is still definitely not worth it. But at least you didn't lose the unit. Okay. Oh, Rumble did get this city. I imagine not for very long. And got this city. They kind of traded there. Oh, nice. 1 health copter getting a kill. Weird. Okay. You guys join for money? Got 28k. I don't know why this guy didn't start this cap. The units are all like positioned as if the comm tower is being captured. Ooh, Neo tank. Wait. I guess the join did matter for 500. But Rumble's really far down in unit count, so I kind of think it's fine. Ugh. That it's just a desperation attack, of course, because they're so far behind at this point that just GG. It was, of course, not a very nice trade. Over here, you can rend the center, I guess. You guys didn't even move. They did not need to. Rumble's fighting on. That hurts. Okay, there's a resign. It looks like Rumble had a really good front switch that got them a lot of value, a lot of properties of the comm towers, and what happened was Rumble just got a little too fixated on it and overextended up here right into a counter front switch. And then there was also a mess up over here on the sides. But Lucille did a good job with kind of using the same trick with the front switch to like right here is where Rumble just stuck around too long. That was a good front switch. I think the play on the sides in general was the weakest, but there was some good stuff in the center. Yeah, there was also some very sketchy power usage. That always happens. All right, Adept 999 has game for us here. As well as a link to the old Vietnam penguin anime thingy, which is, of course, amazing. Do I know this map? This is Delphinus, a great map. Okay. Trying to figure out if I've played on it or not. I need to change that to 999. I guess it makes more sense for you to face right than for you guys to face left. Used to be in Global League. Comm tower is so uncontested. That has to be one of the safest comm towers I've ever seen. It's a big bait and switch map. Oh, I do know this map. I played a test game, a practice game against Starflash on this map. I think I played it in other situations too, maybe. I remember the Starflash game because I was very aggressive in the center with my infantry on infantry combat, and then he missed me just walking over to his HQ to cap it. There's a lot of properties over here that you kind of walk your infantry towards in range of. That makes your opponent, makes the defending player be like, oh, that infantry is definitely just going for that property. And you just kind of like walk past it and then take the HQ. Kind of like what happened on that high funds map where I drop off the infantry and it looks like it's going for the comm tower and it just walks over and takes the lab. And yet D just had the delete game. The Monty Mole game. Okay, so it's coming back to me. This pipe seam is a huge deal. Breaking it unleashes a base directly into the middle and directly towards this HQ. Also, you can very easily lock this base down. Artillery from over the mountains is very, very deadly. Recons are also really good. There's roads that go directly into your opponent's cap phase area. I don't think I've seen an APC here before, but this is Sammy. So APC makes sense. I think Sammy would definitely be very strong on this map. Yeah, there's lots of mech usage because of these mountains that you walk directly across and protect cities from. There's also a lot of contested cities that involve infantry fights. And Sammy's infantry, of course, cannot be interrupted from capping these cities that are usually incredibly contested. That's why this stuff just kind of gets captured by Sammy. But yeah, the reinforcement from this city is a little awkward because all these mountains in the way, so it has to either go up and around or down here. And these are single tile chokes, so very easy to block them off and put in artillery to really lock it down. The corners can be a little awkward to get to. As you can see, this base kind of gets there first, but then both of these bases can easily send units to it. In this case, it looks like neither player is actually breaking these pipe seams yet. Usually that's done fairly quickly because it changes the game entirely. This entire zone at the beginning is like vehicle free. It's just infantry walking around, and then suddenly vehicles come straight into it. Would surprise you if you told me this was an Elise map, but that would not surprise me. I think Elise has a fascination with base locks. There's always bases that can be very easily locked by artillery, and they can even do it from like really solid terrain, like missile platforms, like cities, like forests. I don't know. I'm not quite sure why. Maybe Elise just really wants that to be a win condition, is to just take your opponent's bases. This is a very silly little walk. Okay, so this city is getting capped. And I don't think Sammy can really stop that now that all of the infantry have been wiped out, because there are Kindle tanks staring at it. That was a really weird route. Usually this gets capped because an infantry walks over here after capping this base and then starts taking it. Aww. Even Sammy with the extra damage fails these rolls. I'm telling you, 1 health unit combat is the most deadly. You never know who's gonna die. You would think the attacker always has the advantage, but I swear it's a 50-50. And in theory, it can happen that 1 health versus 1 health just bounces and neither dies. But that, like, is the rarest outcome of them all. Ooh. Looks like Kindle kind of blundered there a little bit. Oh, this mech is looking very vulnerable. So if I remember correctly, there is an opening on this map that involves bringing an artillery out and then bringing a mech out, and then you break the pipe seam with artillery plus mech strikes. Doesn't look like either player is aware of that, but that is like a meta strategy to break this very quickly. Okay. And you can see the huge difference this would make if this pipe seam was gone and you build a medium tank right there and suddenly it's just winning this entire center. There is indeed that opening. Hey! People that don't know, Pinwheel is part of the map committee of Advanced Wars by Web, who are the people, they're members of the community, and they're the people that decide which maps get into Global League or not for each rotation, and they're also the people that rank your maps and tag them when you make them. They also make a lot of maps. But you do not need to be part of the map committee to get your map in Global League. Although it does seem that once you're in the map committee, your maps have a higher chance of getting into Global League. But I think that's just a coincidence, because they're mostly map makers. Okay. The attack here with this tank and infantry is kind of interesting. I think the idea is that Kindle's just going to retreat. Yeah, lots and lots of mechs on the field here. I would definitely be worried about some shenanigans with an urban blight being used. Ooh, very nice little block over here. APC stopping the immediate retreat of this tank. You can still get out of mech range for now. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You can't get out of mech range while making a retreat. The best you can do is get out of the city. Yeah. There are a lot of maps to go through. Did this kill a guy? Okay. So we'll see if Kindle is thinking Urban Blight stuff. Doesn't look like it. It probably does just retreat from this attack. Maybe not, though. Really, both players have been super neglecting these pipes. Yeah, okay, so Kindle does just retreat. I was thinking that you could do some infantry sacrifices into the anti-air on the city, and then you can Urban Blight and have the tank kill the anti-air, and then the copter can come over and kill the tank. I don't know how good of a move that is, because there are 2 copters still staring at it, but it would be fancy. Break the seam? What seam are you talking about? I don't know. Yep. Oh, the pipe seam. Oh. Yeah. I was thinking seam like... I don't even know, like some wall of units. Yeah. Breaking the pipe seam on this map is huge. You can see this tank is now in a lot of trouble. See if the APC goes like here or something. Oh, it goes back to get the infantry. Okay, well, this is now not so good for Sammy because these are very exposed. And mechs are great, but they don't like getting first struck by stuff. There's 4 vehicles that would love to first strike these mechs. It doesn't seem important to these players. Nice. Urban Blight, very strong. Actually gets this interrupt too. Whoa. I guess this copter is going after this one. I would have thought the recon would go after this one, and the tank goes after this one, and the tank goes after this one, or something like that. What? What? Well, that's fine for adept. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That hurts. You can see the problem here is quite the choke point. And now, even if you had like a ton of vehicles here, you wouldn't be able to come over and stop these caps. Okay, so this actually worked out much better for Adept 999 than it could have. Okay, we got the double time. I think that makes sense. There are mechs with plans. Oh. Oh, didn't go for it. Didn't go for it. Blam. Ooh. We're getting some spicy blocks going on here. Okay. Lots of alarm bells should be going off in Kindle's head right now. There are many mechs staring at that HQ. I don't know about that attack. But if Adam's plan is to take the HQ, then definitely having all of these units down in the opposite corner of the map is ideal. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Kindle has definitely seems to have sniffed it out. Whoa! Hero infantry survives the hit. Neither unit died. Nothing bad has ever happened when Sammy's been near your HQ. Nothing at all. Okay, Sammy is definitely hurting in this game quite a bit. Down 8K in income. Only at the start of the turn, though. They did capture the city, but that is still a lot of units staring at HQ. Again, this would have been an amazing situation to have this pipe seam broken. Oh, look at that. Look at that block with this copter. This is great blocking over here. Well, Kindle kind of has nothing to do with this medium tank except move it to here. Another reason to have the pipe seam broken. Rishi and Lee showing up at the same time. Very suspect. That probably means they're the same person. They also both make some of the most wild maps. Ooh. Now, Kindle could have just broken this pipe seam instead of attacking this copter. Would have taken a hit from the other side too, I think. Okay. We do have quite the little strike force going in here. So if I'm Sammy at this point, I'm definitely every turn. I'm like, okay, what do I need? I need almost exactly 50,000 in value. What can I sacrifice where to get to that amount? I know I have 96,000. All I need is one infantry to survive and take this cap. Time to go for some of the most aggressive attacks you've ever seen. As long as I've got a way of stopping a copter from sitting on the HQ. You really wanted to have a unit on there. Probably fine though. The mechs are really good at clearing off vehicles. Oh, they are a little hurt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I think this is going to be the penguin that does it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, that tank can't reach. Only the anti-air can reach. Oh no! And it just took chip. Kindle has realized. Kindle's realized. Delete stuff. Yeah. Delete stuff, run away so that Sammy can't get charged, but it's too late. The stuff over here is, I think, enough. Also didn't delete that stuff. Probably should have attacked with the mech first. Get some more charge out of that. Both copters for sure get thrown into this anti-air. Okay, or they don't. I have no idea why these copters are alive right now. Okay, that one can reach that anti-air. Oh no. 50 short? Aw, mech first would have done it. Of course, sacking both of the copters would have done it. I think this was worth more than a mech's life, so it worked out. Nothing else can reach anything. Oof, that's so sad. The resign. That is so close. I don't think I've seen anything closer than 50 before. For missing the super. That's doing one more damage to an opponent's infantry. GG, GG. So close. Don't worry, many players have situations like that. Oh, okay. Oh, Reimer sent me a game here. Saw you just finished your game in this round with the same matchup. Since our matchups played out so differently, maybe you'll like reviewing it so we can see what would Go7 do. Changing you to the penguins is forbidden. What? Medium MD. Thanks, Sasha. No penguin. A penguinless game. Was a massive tilter? Yeah, I imagine so. Those kind of mistakes happen. And don't worry. Black hole. All right. I did not, I hate to admit, I did not follow, I've been way too busy. I didn't follow anyone else's tournament games. or really even watch how the maps played out. So when I watch, so the stream is when I catch up on, I guess, all the ongoings. Interesting. I would not think you'd want to drop over here, because this area isn't very contested, but this area is hugely contested. I also am not a huge fan of going for the harbor first. I kind of like the initial drop. There's stuff to capture over here, and you kind of want to get this stuff before your opponent sends out vehicles, especially against Sasha. It's even though you guys did the same thing. Weird. Okay, even though you're getting 2 infantry over here instead of just 1, it's also a lot slower in comparison to when vehicles start coming out. Good night. Good night, Adept. I'd also, I would get a vehicle here, because because you're Von Bolt and your vehicles are really strong and really annoying in comparison to Sasha's. You don't have to go tank. You've of course got the money. You can go tank. You go up here. I prefer going recon personally. You could even double recon on this map and be very happy. Attack over here, because these are the cities that actually matter. You also get a nice road directly onto the HQ that can hit a city. And Von Bolt's recon on an HQ, very hard to kill. You can take it. It'll take a tank multiple turns to take you out. And then the other section of the map that's contested is kind of this middle area here, also over here, and the recon will be really strong just going up this way. Because people love to send infantry, from what I saw in my game and from how I was playing it. Infantry love to just kind of either delay this area to focus on the contested area, or just go here alone. And with the tank threatening both, or not tank, but recons threatening both sides of the lake, you can kind of overload this 2-base production. Okay. And then the other thing that I noticed about this map, and I used in my game, although my game ended before it really started to kick in a lot, is that this tile in the lake is very important. It's 2 away from the base, and from this spot you can reach anywhere on the lake. That's perfect for mechs. And because you're Von Bolt, your mechs are very strong. They're very strong, of course. There's mountains in the center looking over contested properties. There's really nice cities that you can fight around. And it's very cost effective for you, which is, I mean, you're against Sasha. Sasha makes more money. So any cost effectiveness that you can get going for you is really good. Like, you build a mech, it hops into the black boat, you can drop that mech right here. You can drop it right here. You can drop it on this city. Which means that if you went here initially with your infantry and you were threatening these caps, and then they build a tank, and then you build a mech, and now you've got infantry and mech able to ward off a whole vehicle while you've got like recons harassing other parts of the map. You can really take advantage of your stronger units, more durable recons to disrupt Sasha's money plan economy. There we go. Capture phase a lot, because if we look at the center here, there is also quite a bit of terrain, and this corner airport will come online pretty quickly, And that's both things that are pretty good for Sasha, so that she can get indirects to fight you, and that she can get copters that she can afford that you can't quite afford, and get a unit count advantage over you and force anti-airs and all that fun stuff. But the recons, of course, fighting over here aren't really scared of the copter. Copters, like, they hit recons decently hard, but they don't hit them very hard. I think they can barely two-shot them. Like, barely. But they can't do that if the recon is... That's on, like planes. When the recon's on this HQ, the copter will have to stick around here for like 4 turns and also take chip damage. What's that thing called? A bank account? Yeah. Okay. Sasha got the interrupt, or not the interrupt, but the hit over here. That's okay. I mean, obviously it's not ideal. Right. So. I'm not quite sure what's going on here with the tanks. I think they're taking a central position. Try and threaten multiple fronts, but it's threatening this front a little too slowly, in that it can't hit this guy. It also can't chase this guy if this guy like goes into this forest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think this just needed to be a little bit to the right, like right here, so this infantry can't get away. And so this guy is threatened. Because if we're looking at where Sasha's units are, they are in the middle, this left part, guarding against, or guarding these captures. And you're not going to have, with these being so close to the bases, you're going to have a very hard time stopping these without using infantry to make the trades more favorable for you. Okay, so this is, I like this move. This is a good move. It's disrupting the movement of this tank, kind of disconnecting these two a bit. And it's also in a spot where if the tank wants to get this kill, it's going to get horribly punished by these two tanks. I guess he could take it from up here and only take 1 tank shot, but it's still good for you. And the other thing that could disrupt it is this infantry, which would have to cancel its cap. So this is like a safe spot to stand. That also invites your opponent to blunder. I don't like what's going on over here, though. That's kind of tough. Since your opponent was very swift attacking this area, they get to sit on this city, which hurts a lot. And there's nothing around to kick them off of it. Oh my gosh, they don't go for it. Well, they definitely should have. They could have just sat on this city and denied you money for free. You can't attack into this. The bases are reinforcing it, and they already have 2 tanks there. Okay. This makes sense. Starting the copter production right away is very strong for Sasha. While Von Bolt, of course, has stronger copters, Von Bolt cannot afford the copters nearly as well. Do we get to see a mech here? This is set up for a mech. The money is also set up for a mech to go mech, copter, anti-air. Yes. Okay, that's really good. Okay. The other thing you've got to be wary of is when because Sasha is definitely going to start building indirects. Oh. Let's go back. Where was this tank? Ah, okay. There wasn't a... Oh, this tank was in range. Oh, but it probably goes over to the right. Well, something to keep in mind as Von Bolt is that when your tanks are on cities, they're before like any comm towers or anything is involved, they're almost untouchable. So kind of similar to how medium MD tank could have gone and just sat on this city. You can just go sit on cities and be like, ha, you can't do anything about this. Okay, anti-air over here makes a lot of sense. You could also delay the turn if you're feeling gutsy. Really depends on if you want to try and disrupt this. This mech is so good, though. It's going to be arriving with a nice, fresh batch of infantry to help it. Very cost effective, dropping off right in the city. Very nice. Okay, this tank does not need to be here. I'm not sure why the tank is here. Okay, sit on that city. I don't see a reason to not sit on this city. I'm guessing the reason it's on this forest, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, is so it can reach here and help with killing a tank that interrupts this infantry. And it's just being put as far forward as possible. I mean, it can't be hit. I just don't think it's going to quite be doing what it needs to do. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh. No tank can actually reach that forest? That sucks. Okay. Sure. I like it. Okay, now you don't need the tank over. Oh, you kept the tank here. Okay. You don't need the tank over here anymore. This mech, this copter, just let them handle things. Bring another mech, bring another copter. That's totally fine. Definitely get ready to front switch with the copters. How many tanks are we dealing with here? We got 3 tanks and a copter to 3 tanks and an anti-air. Go for this hit. Ooh, definitely go for the hit because you've got comm tower right now. And Sasha doesn't have the comm tower. So this is going to be a great attack. You can easily ward off this side with infantry to make it so that this tank and this anti-air can't do anything. And then you're just fighting this stuff while you have some more immediate reinforcements because this guy reaches here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's very good. It hits everything that could be hitting you. It's a great start to the engagement. You do a lot of damage. Okay. Now we're running into a little bit of a problem of too much stuff is being invested over here. It's like way overprotected. And the problem is it's way overprotected, and it's way overprotected on this side of the map. So Sasha's in between your forces and can kind of just come down here if she wants. You can also start just building really big vehicles, which I imagine is probably what's going to happen is like a Neo tank shows up and then everything over here has to disperse until you can get okay, yeah. That hurts a lot. This attack, not so much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The part that hurts a lot here is that the anti-air can't reach these copters. But yeah. Oh, there wasn't a Neo tank. There was a medium tank built over here. I think that's a huge mistake, but I guess that makes sense with the name. I don't know why the medium tank's built over here. It's going to take much longer to get involved in anything going over here than it would going right over here. And Reimer is putting on a lot of pressure. Okay, so the forces have been split. That's fine. This definitely favors Sasha. Anytime Sasha can make it so it becomes a battle of economy or like resources of like, I just need to invest enough over here to hold off your attack, and then I can invest more on this side. And even though you've got some stronger units, my unit, I can just have a lot more stuff. Kind of similar. I mean, it's a very strong Sasha game plan. Ooh, so timid. I imagine what's going on here is that Reimer doesn't want to get in a fight here because this will give Sasha her normal power, and then she's going to get Von Bolt-like stats. Oh, it's tough. It's really annoying having to fight copter tank composition like this. I did not notice there was a T-copter. Was that supposed to be a black, not a black copter, a battle copter? And now we're talking about it. Helicopter. Okay. And that makes sense. It's not the worst thing. Kind of how the mech is getting dropped off really fast over here. You can set up the same thing over here and start transitioning to a very like air heavy. And you don't even have to go air heavy. You can kind of cycle to getting big units, having a turn of getting mechs and having a turn of getting big units, kind of like I was doing on the static with the lander build. So it's not the worst thing ever. It's a little weird of the timing. Okay. Another anti-air makes a lot of sense. I think I probably would have killed this tank. Maybe not. If this infantry wasn't, if this infantry wasn't here, I would definitely do it. But now that, because this guy's here, he can be a really annoying blocker. Okay, that was weird. I don't know why Sasha... I guess I'll see what Sasha does with these vehicles, but it would make sense to me to kill this and start capping. This is classic... what do you call it? A classic start to the engagement. Infantry all alone. It is being protected from a distance. And it wants these vehicles to get exposed. Oh. Does Sasha let this happen? What on earth is this? Is it just the idea is like there's going to be a lot of copters covering it? The copters aren't even covering it. Okay, now they're covering it. But that's a horrible engagement for Sasha to start. So Von Bolt, because he's got base 10% attack power, as soon as he gets a single comm tower, he can kill tanks on cities with battlecopters and tanks. Okay, there's the Neo tank. So definitely start the engagement over here. Double anti-air copter is to kill this tank basically for free. You can even put a tank on there afterwards. I imagine that's what we got. Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, okay, very nice. Okay. That's a little exposed. I do understand why he's over here, because his triple infantry is a huge threat to take the city. I'm worried about this guy because he's only covered by anti-air. Like that copter, okay. But nice blocking for this copter. Hey, we got the T-copter getting some use here. I am a little... I would really like the mechs make a play on these more like these mountains. But they definitely defend this area very well. A tank for a tank, that's in the Bible. Yeah. Yeah, that hurts a lot. Does this still kill? Might be chip damage. Line. It'll be a 9 health tank though. Okay. This isn't really the worst thing ever. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You do lose an anti-air board though. You have artillery backup? I mean, this doesn't seem that bad. Yeah. I mean, I think that's exactly what I would do. Unless there's... Yeah, maybe... I was thinking there's T-copter shenanigans you can do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to protect the anti-air. We'll see if that's what happens. Oh, interesting. Goes for this interrupt. I'm gonna assume that this didn't kill them. Oh no, we didn't go for... No T-copter mech shenanigans over there. To stop, to make it really annoying to kill this anti-air. Is that really all the artillery could move to? No, I could go here. Wait, what? Why is it here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, there's forest. There's forest. The medium tank can't get there. Gotcha. No need for shenanigans. Okay. The money difference, I mean, the money difference is mostly because of the opener. But so far, in general composition, I definitely approve. Probably need more tanks at this point to really get the copter tank combo to go. We'll see. Okay, medium tank. Yeah, I'm totally fine with a medium tank. What did T-Copter do this turn? Is it just being used as a blocker? It's just being used as a blocker. I don't know how important that blocker is. Could definitely have done like copter. You could even go copter mech, but copter mech infantry is also fine. Save up enough money to get a neo tank instead of a medium tank. Yep. And then Buchanan. Very important. Trust. Okay. I'll trust. I don't like how so little action has happened over here. Okay. Well, now at this point, I definitely start thinking front switch has a lot of potential. Or you can go for the city. It is your city after all. How dare they take it? Wow, that's quite the... That is a formation right there. Wow, this guy didn't even move. That looks like you can take a lot of damage while not protecting this. But I'll trust. I trust. Well, there's holes for AA, but it's covered by artillery. Okay. Okay. Is Sasha not going to use the power? Don't do that. Power first. What? What? No, you can't just do that. You cannot just attack. Leave Von Bolt at 3.5 bars. Attacking into artillery range with copter on copters. You can't do that. No, no, no. What? Are you not going for the super? Did you calc it out and you're like, I don't need this tank to do it? The super just wins the game. What? What was that? Okay, I mean, I'll trust. I think you could have just won the game right there. There's no way you couldn't get your super there. And you have artillery and you do eagle stuff. There's a panic market crash for sure. Okay. Why? What? That's not safe at all. I mean, you got punished a little bit. But... Okay. Yeah, I mean, you definitely kill all that. A very patient kill, too. Made sure to stay in formation. Nice little block. Or is that a nice little block? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's not a nice little block. This anti-air has like no other targets. That's more of just giving an infantry away if Sasha attack. You can see how good these mechs are, though. They just hold the whole line all their own. And this is very good copter movement. The idea is the copters basically want to go over here, right? But they also want to impact this front, and they don't actually lose any movement. They get to like this point, the exact same traveling like this as they do traveling up here, because this takes like, I don't know, like let's say 10 to the north and like 20 to the east, 10 up and 20 to the right. So you can spend your movement to fulfill both of those quotas however you want. So first it's 6 up, and then you still have 20 to the right, and then you just like spend that over here. But that initial 6 up is immediately impacting this front. So it's way better than just like going to the right first instead of going up first. Yeah, anyway, it's a good copter movement. Okay, so what does Sasha decide to do here? Okay, that is... I guess this is another case of this tank actually had no other choice. Like, this infantry isn't really blocking anything, but it is making more stuff invest in the attack. I don't like that. There are lots of artillery staring at that. Okay, well, definitely in this situation as Sasha, while this army looks really, really scary, if you're going to do this attack and I guess make it make sense, you're going to hit this guy. This is the only infantry on this entire front. So even though you're about to get absolutely destroyed on your next turn, as long as you kill this infantry, you know, it's recoverable. I speak a lot of words, funny man. Yeah. You always kill the VIP. Okay, this is another situation I'm sure Von Bolt could probably get a super for, but doesn't, in this case, does not need a super for. pretty brutal. Ooh, look at that fancy block. Reimer is nothing if not patient. Okay, there's the Neo tank, the Reimer staple. Okay. So, what? Why there? Luckily, there's nothing. Is it just because it's out of artillery range or something? Well, when there's no way for your opponent to really hurt your Neotanks, you want to put them in places that are annoying blockers. I don't know if that's really that annoying. You're being stapled 3-1. Yeah. Neotanks are very good units. Okay, well. Now Reimer can attack this very easily. Because if we look at the power charge, I imagine the super lands right here. Maybe here? No, here. Well, I guess it can't actually hit both of these Neotanks. They're just perfectly out of alignment, so it probably hits over here. It hits the medium tank and Neotank and all that stuff. And then the artillery just line, and then the artillery come over to the stunned units. Next turn, they just all die. Okay, or not. You know, you don't have to. It's totally fine. I also don't like to kill expensive units with artillery. Ooh, this copter stuck around. Ah, that's because there was a break in the copter production. Yeah, Neotanks are really, really good. Okay, maybe Sasha realized, like, oh my gosh, if I had been Von Bolt Supered last turn, I would have lost everything. I mean, this still looks like a pretty good Von Bolt Super, though. It's very open formation. Yeah, okay, here comes the Von Bolt Super. Ooh, it hit there. Okay, definitely was starting to play around it then. So a trick for using the Von Bolt Super is you usually don't attack the units it's going to super. Well, on the other side, like the with the idea that you hurt the other units, and then those other units no longer get the reinforcements of the stunned units. So you then kill one, like half the army, and then you can go kill the other half on the next turn. It's part of the current plan. How long term was this plan? I think last turn had a much scarier. This had to have a scarier. Like, there's no way this isn't the location of the Von Bolt Super right here. That's a devastating super. This is a 10-turn plan. And the Reimer attack. Is the plan to take the comm tower very, very slowly? Did you move planner out 10 turns? I've had 10-turn plans. I've never moved. I shouldn't say that. I've never had a 10-turn plan that moved really slowly. I'll say that. You're no longer interested in the east. Okay. So this is setting up for a front switch. There we go. I was wondering why you like dove in to kill that infantry when so much stuff could counter you. Who did this guy attack? Yeah. Okay. This is a pretty classic situation. This mech did get left alive. I'm sure we dove in on later. Oh, it didn't step forward. It's gonna take a long time to do anything. I guess the black bow can always unload more infantry over here, so it's definitely easier to kill off the infantry over here than over here. Your opponent kind of has to let you wipe them all out. Okay. I just noticed that the Sasha doesn't have any artillery. So pro tip, when you're Sasha and you're fighting Von Bolt, you want to use artillery. You don't want to get stuck in a direct unit combat. He has to market crash here, or otherwise you break the AA easily. Talking about this. Can't you break that easily anyway? Copter kills copter. But I guess in that case you break it easily, but you have to do it from over here. So you don't have that tile open to you. Gotcha. Okay, so we have our nice big front switch. The infantry over here have been mostly wiped out, so they can't really punish the army leaving. You can see the problem. Ooh, just letting you have these cities. You can see the problem with what happens when your army has to chase the other army into your weaker forces. You kill one half, and then can turn and kill the other one. Okay. So far, it's been very profitable. And it's always really nice when you're front switching into your mechs, because suddenly you get a huge firepower increase. Way better than front switching with mechs. Ooh, look at this. A little excursion to get this city back. Sasha really has to send some copters and stuff down here. Okay, now Sasha's in trouble, being torn with having to invest very expensive units to defend against reinforcements. I think Reimer's goal is to take that comm tower. Okay, when you love fighting like directly into your base. Okay, rocket makes sense. It sadly has a little bit of a slow start, but it doesn't end on a city. Okay. There's lots of dancing around. This is not what Sasha wants. Reimer has decided to attack. I'm not 100% sure why. I probably would have waited a little bit longer. Until I'm actually threatening something. I guess this city is being threatened. Now, another thing you can, of course, always do is Von Bolt against Sasha is set it up so that you can get your super after a... Oh, I see. You're just going to win by time. I see. You're just going to take the cities and time out the Sasha opponent. I see. I see how it is. That's what Talos did against Master of Math. Day limit 30, exactly. Yeah, when the day limit comes into play, then long-term plans. Yeah, it's literally impossible for Sasha to win now. There's no infantry with any amount of health. Period. So yeah. It's rough. Day limits are brutal. I think you definitely didn't have to play to the day limit. I think I could be wrong, but I think I spotted multiple turns where you could have just won the game. I think the opening was a little not great, but definitely outplayed in big army management. And I really like the mechs, of course. Did you like my game? We did have a very different game. I can quickly cover my game. It was fast. My opponent was really good though. And very kind. My opponent actually let us pause the timers, so I wasn't under nearly as much pressure as I should have been. This is going to be a very different game. So I did not prep for this game. I did not have the time. I heard that my opponent did prep though. You can see a huge difference of where I'm sending my infantry. I'm looking at like that city. I want these juicy contested cities. Right? I don't go here. I don't remember where Reimer went. I go here. I want juicy cities. I want to be able to contest my opponent's infantry with my infantry. I might go here first. I think I go here. Sasha goes here. That doesn't stop me from taking this city. Yeah, there we go. Nice. Boom. Immediately recon. What's Sasha gonna do? Send more infantry towards my recon? This infantry cannot take my contested cities. It's gonna have to run. And it's not a huge deal that these cities are being delayed. I can take those cities whenever I want. It's kind of like good luck stopping me. Okay, this has to run now. It can't go for this city. My recon covers it. If it goes for this city, my recon can chase it down too. It's got to like run back here. And then I can go for this city, and I'm already threatening to take the city from them. So this is like, I'm already enforcing buys from my opponent. I think I was getting a little worried. Yeah, I don't hop in here. I thought about it for quite a while because I could hop in here for a boost to go for this city. I was getting a little bit worried about my immediate income for when the vehicle exchanges start happening. Okay, so it runs over here. That means a tank has to be built here. If a tank's built here, that means a tank isn't built here. Below all of this area. Black boat completely shut down. Hi. Look at that. Threatening both sides. This tank doesn't really get here in time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It could go for this city. I don't know if they do. They might. And then there's a choice for me as to whether or not I want to interrupt it. They do. Okay. But look at this. Yeah, that's right. I could go for this. I could interrupt this. It would be totally fine for me to do that. It's the most forward infantry, and I'll survive the tank hit. But over here has no support. Well, now it has a tank. But that tank does not stop me from sitting on this city to deny it. And now this black boat isn't dropping off on the contested areas. I can just sit here. Now this infantry can't take this city. Now this tank has to commit over here. You can see the difference of where our black boats are. My black boat drops off in the middle with lots of contested cities. This one had it couldn't really do that because this recon's being really annoying. So it had to block to help protect the infantry and all that. And Sasha's going to be ahead of me by, a pretty decent margin early on. And I'm counting on the fact that all of this income disruption is going to start paying off a little bit later. And Sasha can't afford to interrupt my capture phase in the same way because the vehicles have to deal with the recon. And there's my little boost to go for this city. And you get to do this. You get to do you can see how easy it is to defend these cities. I can sit right here on the road. I don't care. It's feel free to hit me. I have tanks supporting each other. What's happening here? Recon's all alone over here. Very cheap investment for me. Still takes a full tank to deal with it. Why is it backing up to here? It's backing up because I don't want this infantry to stand on this forest. So the recon doesn't have to be attacking stuff. It can also just be standing in terrain that the infantry would really like to stand in. If you look at the difference in this, so Sasha's got more stuff capped currently. But if we look at the difference of what we have captured, I have this captured, which equivalently would be Sasha owning this city. Sasha's nowhere near owning this city and never will. Yeah, it also splits the tanks. Okay, copter gets built. Now, I have mentioned before at the beginning of the Reimer game, copters are not, and like I said, you can just put your city, like your tank on the city. This infantry wants to take this city. That's very clear. I'm just go sit on it. Like, what are you gonna do? You can't do anything. This tank is defending this because if to try and punish this, you'd have to hit it twice, which would be from this tile and this tile, and this tank can hit that tile. I have one infantry and it's warding off multiple infantry. And it's warding off a very, like, properties you wouldn't normally think are contestable. But it's also, I like this movement a lot. It's threatening the infantry if they want to try and go for this city. It's also setting up to capture this city. All right, I'm way behind in my comm tower capture. And I'm acutely aware of that. So I don't really want to fight because their comm tower comes on first, except for like this stuff. This is you might feel like, wow, that's a really bold attack. There is a tank and a copter and infantry around. Hit me for this. But I'm on an HQ and I'm Von Bolt. Plus, all of this stuff being invested to hit this, especially if the infantry does and it gets injured in the counterattack, is just really good for me. This tank is horribly out of position. I have nothing over here for it to fight, and I have a lot of pressure in the middle. So it's overloaded right here. And I think we'll see just how bad this is. Look at that. Copter does 3 damage to a recon and takes an HP in damage and retaliation. That's huge. Even injured, the recon survives the tank hit. Look at how much stuff has to be invested to try and stop this recon. And while all of this is over here, I can still deny these properties. I can deny this property with my infantry placement. My properties over here are totally safe. Yeah, poor recon. It's going to go down. So sad it takes a chip damage back. It is. Now, I debated doing this because Sasha earns money that isn't in the thousands, so repairs aren't that big of a deal. And Sasha can still cap this next turn if they use their black book to cap it, or to repair it and then cap. But I figured that it's good because it's going to slow down deployment of infantry from this base. Well, because I took a damage back, this guy can kill me. I would much rather a vehicle has to stay and fight me. You'll also note that I did not respond to this copter being built because the copter isn't going to impact stuff yet. I can delay building my anti-air and just get more tanks to bully Sasha with. I really didn't want to get trapped with an artillery on the way. So I back off, but now I have infantry in place to attack over the mountains. These are really annoying infantry to deal with. They're both threatening this city and denying this city, and the only thing that can really hit them is a single infantry against a Von Bolt infantry on a forest. Now at this point, Sasha has a comm tower. Yeah, I got the kill. Sadly, did not know, or I probably knew, but did not realize the black boat repair would be so good here. or like see it as a trick. But now I have the anti-air. I got the anti-air because I don't want the copter to stop me from getting my comm tower. Okay, so now at this point, Sasha is ending the turn behind me in properties. At 17 properties to 18 at the end of Sasha's turn, which means I'm very far ahead because you're supposed to be ending ahead at the end of your turn, especially this far into the capture game. And that's mainly because I've gone for these really contested properties first, and then I was able to kind of capture the back properties fairly rapidly afterwards. I don't like this formation. I think it's way too safe. I don't need to be safe. I'm playing a little cowardly here because I don't have my comm tower yet. So this is, yeah, I don't like this at all because I'm threatening stuff over here, which is totally fine. The artillery will come over, the Neo Tank will come over, but what I really want to do is to be able to threaten this side at the same time. I do not need to be this far forward to do that. I don't want to go in and hit tanks until I have my comm tower. Okay, this is of course not a great attack. But Sasha's feeling very put under the gun because, as we can see here, Sasha's equal in economy with Sasha's bonus included. And here's a Neo Tank over here, so I don't really... I did look at the attack that I could do over here. I could kill this tank, and I could hit this artillery, but I was like, it does give the Neo Tank a hit. Don't really want to do that. And I was definitely not liking the formation I gave myself here because it was so bad for attacking on this side. So I take a very passive turn. I fall back. Sasha at this point could probably go for this, and there's not much I can do about it. I've got I have to put this infantry here because this copter is got a turn where I can't really stop it from hitting like this tank or this tank with proper blocks. But Sasha resigns there because of how far behind they were in the capture game, property-wise, and how far behind they were tempo-wise. So that was, as Reimer had said, the same matchup and the same positions, but played very differently. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. I do actually need to go to bed at this point. In over 4 hours. It is a bit of an early resign, yeah. Good night.